is here. John, did you get him? John. I mean, I can hit him.
It's okay. I'm picking Scarlet Witch instead. It's okay. I just talked to Phil. We're strategy. And nobody from the same city is playing for each other first round.
Except you and Scott.
And Scott. Glad you could make that exception for us.
Glad to do it.
Is the YouTube public? The YouTube channel?
Sure.
Okay.
The Overpower Adventure.
It ends up being a power number of players.
I think there's 18 it's supposed to be.
18, but only 16 are paid. Dave makes 17, so there's still one more. You got to figure out who it is.
I am live, so if you're unmuted there, they're catching anything.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we have Corey and Stefan playing. Corey's playing Beast of Brute, Heroes for Hire, Daredevil, and Sable.
With the Outback, and I can't see. Looks like Fatal Attractions Missions. Team Overpower. Then we have,
Stefan.
yeah, with X-Man, Fairchild, Donald Pierce, and Hulk with Danger Room and Dracula's Armory with Annihilation Affair Missions.
Yeah, it looks
Interesting
like
decks.
He's got the Gambit 6+3.
Yep.
I can't see the
It
other
looks
one.
like I see a Hulk maybe with a bus. We'll see if it's that. Looks like a strength one, so. Oh, this would be interesting.
It'll take forever to shuffle.
So I could see like there's a lot of lockouts on like the X-Man Fairchild deck, right? Because I don't see any other reason to play Fairchild.
Corey's got 2 9 or lesses
Yep.
and a negate rolling with the JW.
Yeah.
The Fairchild, she can place 2 universe cards, so it'll probably be placing 2 teamworks on it.
Yeah, actually that deck has good teamworks.
Power Grid will be tricky, depending on if he has any powers in it.
Yeah.
Corey cut.
All right. Oh, it's we got Iron Man and Colossus. So it looks like the 6+3 for strength and the 7+3 for strength, along with the 6+3 for energy for the basics.
Oh, Corey's drawing 8. And Corey's going first.
I think AJ is going to be really paying attention to how many cards people are drawing.
Yeah. Oh, he just double checked how many he drew.
There you go. Always a good habit.
We're about 150 feet away. I don't know if you can hear that, but you might have sensed it. Corey looks like he's being aggressive right now. Oh, never mind.
Alright,
A
gotcha.
handshake. Never
Yeah,
mind.
some sportsmanship. All right. See an event. No energy icon. Maybe used to attack.
Can still be used for defense, but
Yeah. All right. We got a white tiger placed. Confusion.
he's hiding it.
Yeah. It's kind of like a hit or a place card. Not really. Oh, he's going like right underneath. Beyonder placed.
Is that Reaver 7?
Yeah. Which isn't playable right now.
Teamwork energy icon.
Yeah. Another unplayable card. Could be a big venture for
Yeah, Corey, I would probably go a little higher on this, especially if he keeps showing the energy icons that
Yeah.
he has to place. Well, not really, because you use them for defense.
yeah, but the teamwork and the 7 are pure, like that's 2 discards basically.
Let's see, Corey's thinking because he's moving the cards around a lot. Stefan's doing the same thing. Corey might be telling him how to play. I'm not sure yet.
Trying to say maybe not place your cards underneath your characters. That's the first time I've seen that happen.
Yeah, All right, see what we're gonna do.
The any powers might have saved him this hand too, because those could be potential energy icons if he's playing pure energy power cards on those characters.
Correct.
He may not be playing sevens that are energy though.
We only can have one.
Yeah.
I can't tell what he's ventured.
It looks like, is that just one? Okay. Oh no,
Oh, yeah,
sorry, it's
three.
three. Yeah,
You drew
it is
a card.
three. Yeah, I think that's a good call. When you see two discards, it's probably a conservative venture.
Do you know what he drew?
It looks like a 7 energy power card. I think it's a dupe, and I don't think he realizes because he's got the any power placed. Unless that's a 6 any. It looks like a 7 energy power card that he drew. I don't think he realizes it because he's got. I think that's the 7 any placed to X-Man, so I think he's got a discard in his hand. And I think because of the separate icons, he may not see it. Happens to the best of us.
It does. Did he venture yet?
I don't think so. I think he's double checking his battle site because I think he may have offense only for rogue, so I think he might have more discards. I think he's just double checking. He's probably being told that if you have activators without defense, you got to pitch them.
Now, with that no energy icon event in place, I would definitely be targeting a character that does not have an energy icon.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want him to play his 8 defensively if he didn't place it for some reason or drew it or something.
Yeah, with venturing 3, he needs to get venture.
Yeah, so it looked like his rogue was offensive only. I didn't see like a shift or something. I saw like a Southern Belle and I saw a 6 on the 4 any. So that rogue might be a discard as well. Let's see if they notice it. Oh, and he conceded.
He's out.
Well, I guess if they do notice the dupe now, it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, so Corey's got 3 up, he's got 1 down. So Corey needs 4 to win the game.
I don't know what they're discussing, but oh, I see another event, which is gonna mess up Teamworks.
Hideout Discovery. So they both got discards or Teamworks.
I don't think, does Corey not have any Teamworks?
He does not have any placed.
Okay, so I
But-
think he's safe from it. I don't see any in his hand either.
He has 1 in his hand. He
Does
has
he?
7
Okay.
fighting teamwork, but he had a discard of 2 intellect, so he's down 1 card. Well, I don't know if he had any discards.
Okay. Is that a second power card on Heroes for Hire that I just saw placed? Yeah, he
No,
notices.
yeah, Good
He
job,
picked it
Corey.
up.
Billy Co's got 2 9s down. How many does he have placed on? Or
Stefan has a Confusion placed, a 7 placed, another 7 placed, and a 5 any placed. So it looks like 4 cards placed. I can't see, and then the armory stuff.
he's got 7 cards in hand.
I can't
6?
see with 2, 4. I believe it's 7. Yeah, it looks like a lot of activators in his hand.
Corey's counting the cards now. I think he's up. He's got 5 in his hand.
Oh, he might be going for it. Yeah, he did lose the teamwork. That's why he did have the extra teamwork placed, but the event cleared that off on Stefan's side.
So if I was Corey, I'd probably play smart and do 2. I wouldn't want to give him an extra 1. Just
Yeah.
because he's up on count and the teamwork's dead on his end.
The other issue too is that like a lot of times players will place negates. In this case, because he had to place that 7 early on, he could have a negate in his hand. So if he does have a big OPD,
Or
he may not see a negate coming. So if he does
Or-
venture more aggressively as a result of that, then he might get a surprise negate.
Did he just count how many?
I hope. I'm wondering if he counted or he just
Corey's drawing.
did. He
even
just
if-
venture.
Did he go 5?
I think he went more than 5. It looked like he drew 4 cards,
That's 6 then.
so he ventured all of them.
So let's see. Corey now
Wow.
has
So he must have lockout. I'm not seeing what he's venturing based on. He's got an acrobatics, he's got a gambit, so he's got two characters locked out, but his confusion is not even playable this battle because of his event
He's using Gambit lockout right now on Reavers or Donald.
on the first attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet, but this. Okay, so he's this.
So he's locking out. I don't see the other lockout.
That's not the lockout though. That's the confusion, I believe.
Oh,
And I think
He might have-
maybe he thought that was the lockout, and that's why he ventured as much as he did.
oops.
That's probably what happened.
I-
I think he just tried to defend that white tiger with that confusion, and he probably just like misjudged the art, thought it was one card versus the other, thought he had a full lockout with the beast, and now he doesn't.
You got to be careful. You can't keep that card underneath your hero. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's the one of these.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think
He's
he's,
gonna have
he's
to throw-
realizing now there's going to be an uphill climb on those 6 missions, but
He's got a negate in his hand, but
yeah,
I don't know what he, I mean, he has options to defend it.
yeah, that's probably a good call. It's kind of tough when you see 2 9s staring at you too, though.
Yeah, you want to keep one of those negates there. So if he went 6 and he had 1 defeated, this is for the game.
Yeah, you're right. He's venturing for the loss then. Yeah, that might have been a big blunder. That's 6 any, and then if you can use a 2, you can knock anybody out.
So 2.
I think it's a 2 intellect or a
Yeah.
2 strength. I can't remember.
I think it's a 2
I
intellect.
think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Corey just has a lot placed right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough hill to climb, but I've seen crazier stuff.
I have to. All right, the Star Wars Billy Club. Oh, looks like is that an Angel Void?
Yeah, that's an Angel of Void to stop the Billy Club. Yeah, I think he's realizing he can't play that confusion, or it's not going to be relevant. I guess he could play it to burn a turn, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Just throw in 7.
I think Corey's gonna go for Dazzler on this one. No, he's
No.
straight avoid.
AG.
All right, so no teamwork can be played right now.
Yeah.
It goes the other 9.
A lot of 9s.
Oh, there's a negate.
Is that the 11 in his hand as well for heroes, or is that a JW?
I think
he
that's
played
the
a white
11.
I think it is the 11.
He's got an 8, a 3, a negate, a Dazzler. He can
Oh,
throw the
that's it.
Dazzler 4 on a charm.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I don't know if Stefan's going to have enough cards here to over. I think he messed up with the Fairchild card and put himself way behind. This is going to be a tough one to bounce back from, especially if he did venture for the loss there, which I believe he did. So I believe we saw him take 4 cards.
Let's see what Corey's thinking about what he's trying to do.
I treat that 5 any power like it's an auto hit,
Oh,
so I just
would
always
take it.
take it.
And the
There
reason
you go.
and the reason also why is just because it's any power, but also he gets a card up because he took a hit. So as long as he generates 5 or higher,
That's right.
it'll justify the hit.
That's one of the safest ones to take on a clean character.
What's he gonna do?
Got an 8. Interesting that he's playing. I guess he's trying to free up the heroes for hire so he can throw that 11 freely. He doesn't want to be burdened by the 8 afterwards.
That's the Osiris 8. And he,
Oh, that's the 8 ending.
Yeah,
Okay, so it wasn't a dupe last hand then. Okay.
yeah, I'm sitting there looking. I'm like, wait a minute, that might be the Osiris. But I
Okay,
was
that
not
makes
100%
sense.
Sure.
So that actually helped him then. That 8 any was a playable card through that no energy icon last hand too. So
Yeah.
the any power actually helped him that battle. I don't think it was enough, but yeah, you think he's just trying to short the heroes card so he can throw out 11 safely.
Acrobatics, maybe?
Yes. Looks like that's what it is.
Okay, that's where he was trying to do.
Yeah, and that would have been a pure locko this hand because there's no teamworks, unless
Right.
he's playing something like an armory, which he isn't. So
There's the 11.
yeah, and I think he's double checking, wondering if the text on that confusion changed to a lockout, but it's still a confusion. And I think that's the game.
That's
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Wow.
I think he realized he messed up.
Well, we all do it.
Yep,
So
it happens.
Stefan, don't kick yourself if
No.
you're watching this.
No, it's
Yep. Well, good job, guys.
interesting game.
Yeah.
That's gotta be.
Sure thing. No? Or no?
Yeah, round 2, I believe, with the grinder. Is that not on?
Yeah, we're good.
So we got Doug Sims playing his Henry Pym Hollow. Oh, what is it?
Hollow Hero.
Is it Henry Pym Hollow Hero? Is Henry Pym foil hero?
That was a very rare.
One of
Classic insert packs.
Columbus exclusive.
I don't know why it says that, but
Hopefully we're good.
I'll turn it on and see if I can hear you guys.
Makes sense. Well, Doug's been talking a lot of stuff about this Henry Pym deck. And of course, we got Doug Sims against Scott Williamson here.
Battle of Ohio. Columbus versus Cincinnati.
Looks like we got a little bit of like the Scott Flint Escalade here on the side.
Pretty sure that's his exact deck.
Interesting to see Doug Sims playing Spawn, not his usual type of lineup.
We got Spawn against Spawn here.
Spawn. Dark Beast versus Scarlet Witch. And Henry
This-
Pym versus Inhumans.
Yeah, this deck over here looks like the deck that Scott Flint played at the OP Cup this year.
It's his exact deck.
Like literally the same.
It's
thing
his
he handed
exact
it to
deck.
him.
He handed him his deck tonight.
That deck did awfully well this year, so
So it looks like
I don't-
Doug drew the no any heroes. It looked like it had a pretty big effect here in the first hand.
so
Did you guys catch it?
We've got the
Yeah.
Fortress, and what else? Was there anything else discarded?
Yeah, there were a few. I don't know if it was Power Leech, but I did see a few any heroes go to the wayside here.
Looks
Yeah.
like he's sitting with only 5 cards, 1 unplayable, Fortress and Reserve.
So there's got to be 2 either discards or any heroes out,
So you could see a huge bet here from Doug Sims.
especially since someone could draw additional any heroes that are unplayable. It
Correct.
makes it easier to bet bigger, right?
And he already has his Reavers.
Doug Sims also holding finite power, and I'm not seeing a negate on the other side. So it could also be a pretty crucial big lock here if he does go big.
Yeah, if he pins Scarlet Witch here, Scott's going to have
And he totally
one
might.
playable card because he won't even be able to play the ally at that point.
He could toss the unplayable Fortress to it,
Although I know Scott does get to go first.
or he could bet 7.
What?
Is
Is
that
he
really
pulling an
happening?
AJ?
I think he just did. 3, 4, 5,
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
6. Wait, 5.
Yeah. Columbus, the home of the Bet 7.
Wow, Doug
Oh boy.
went for it. He's getting it. He's
Okay.
gonna get it.
I do see a long shot in his hand, so
Okay.
he is holding defense.
So he looks like you better lock up Inhumans. If,
Yeah, hopefully he makes a mistake. What would appear to be a mistake from his side and lock up Inhumans instead of Scarlet Witch. So we got a venture 2, which is pretty much always the right decision when there's a bet for the win loss. And you said Doug was second?
I believe Doug is second. He may be first though. Yep, he's first. Yep, and he did choose Scarlet Witch, which isn't a terrible move, but
I mean, he
now
can-
he does have the royal
He
family.
can block it in,
Yeah.
which he probably needs to. Actually.
Yes.
Now, it wouldn't be the worst idea necessarily not seeing a negate on Doug's side to actually take it and then offensively get rid of it. But of course, you do risk it.
It's a risk.
But he does have the reverse place, so you know
Yeah,
he's going to
but
have the
he's-
negate there.
That's probably.
Oh, correct. He's showing the negate.
Thought you were supposed to stop Doug from playing Henry Pym.
I tried, and he ran a poll on me.
I saw that. There's a lot of votes in that poll.
There was, yeah, I don't know where
A
they
lot
are.
of interest in what Doug was going to play today.
Yeah, I think he probably created some of those burner accounts, voted for himself.
Not enough votes from you to say no, that's for sure. Okay, we got a 3 ally playing here. Doug deciding whether to take it. First venture being tossed.
Yeah, it's critical when you're betting 7 that you make the right decision on defense.
And there we go. He's saying discard. I'm assuming it's the defense, but it could be the 8 for the.
Could be the 8. That's
Yeah,
a lot
for
of
the venture,
points,
yeah. All right.
Doug's not liking that, I doubt.
Doug had a 6, 7, and an 8. Wow. So he did have a monster
He
hand.
did, but draws were good for.
Scott really did
Yeah.
pull some magic out of those 5.
That deck has magic for sure. That's not what you call a heavy hitter for venture right there.
No.
Scott's a little inexperienced, so let's see if he defends this one or just knowing that it's not much value, just takes it and he does block it.
Yeah, in a
Yeah.
case like this where somebody's going for the win, you got to take that hit right there.
Yeah,
Though I can understand that he's got so many Inhumans cards, he's a little worried about the Inhumans dying before he gets to play them.
right.
So that could be a
He didn't have much defense left, only a 5 energy, it looks like.
Very unique play. Is that the Medusa card that he's holding there, but he decided to play Gorgon first?
does he have Medusa?
I can't make out the last Inhumans one in his hand.
Yeah,
it is.
it is Medusa.
Yeah, you probably so I typically would want to play that first, but maybe he wanted to pull the avoid off of the 4 first and then get to land the Medusas.
I think Doug may have recognized that he had a bunch of Inhuman specials at this point.
Sometimes when your opponent's reading their cards, you know what's going on.
I mean, that's a good play to get the last venture off Doug's side,
Doug
forcing
didn't
him
like
to
that.
use the negate.
Doug cringed for that one for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight. I mean, Doug has the 9 or less for the Inhumans tonight.
Yeah, that helps. So
Is he gonna play
Doug's
it too
landed
early?
a
though?
6, and so Doug's up 3.
Yeah, Doug's up 6-3.
I think if
I think
I'm
Doug-
counting this out,
Doug
Scott
should
might.
win.
No, I think Scott might pull this out number wise.
Oh,
My
he
gut
played
is on
pretty.
Scott.
Oh
right
yeah,
now,
yeah.
too.
Okay.
What is that?
He's
What is
gonna
this?
have a 7 and a 6, so
That's
that's 13
13
to
7.
3. So
He
they'll
looks
be
like
down by
he's gonna lose
10.
by a point.
And it looks like he
A
has
point,
the 1
right?
and 9 to block, yeah, and the 6 and the 5 equal 11. So
Yeah,
he
he's gonna lose
should win
14 to
by
13.
1.
Is there any minus
No,
venture
there's-
I don't
stuff
see
going on?
anything, and I
So
don't think
team-
we're missing any cards.
Both team overpowers.
And he's gonna say lay the last 2, and that's 1,
Oh, Doug.
and that's 2.
Brutal.
Bye. Bye bye, Pim.
One.
1 point.
Wow. Man, you got to hand it to him for going for it, though. He
Yeah.
had his shot and he went for it. If
Yeah.
Scott would have even discarded one of those as unplayable, it would have
Yeah.
been enough.
It would have been enough for Doug.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
That was a fast game.
Well, thanks for having us online, folks. This, of course, was Phil, and Marcel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Hopefully, we get a little more
hopefully we get a
commentary than
longer
that
game
next
after
time.
this. Welcome to round 3 here at the Champ of Champs Grinder qualifier. I'm Phil the King Keffer. I'm here with reigning player of the year, Phil Miller, and the one and only GOAT, Marcel Loger. So hopefully we get a longer, better battle than last time.
Looks right off the bat. Looks like we got a kill card. That's a good way to start a game.
So we got John Keffer on the left playing the kill card, and this is Zach over here, yeah?
This is Zach.
Correct.
All the way down from Canada. Yeah, that's how you guys say it up there?
Canadian.
Canada, something?
Damn yay.
Oh, man. All right, well,
Looks like he chose to kill his spider girl.
so I think John's probably going to be gunning for Silver Sable here.
It looks like John killed his Carnage for the +5.
Yeah,
And you're looking
Nasty.
at Spider Girl average. You're rocking probably 3 1-9s, her 8, and her teammate Avoid. So you're looking at least 5 cards.
but that KO event got.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think John's probably only going to lose.
not to mention the Sable 3 9 or lesses that are probably going to be effectively unplayable.
Pretty mute.
It's pretty nasty on the first hand. I mean, it's
Yeah, that's best case scenario for a KO.
It's one of the most detrimental things to have. And it's just always a reminder to everybody out there that ultimately, if you're playing the game, you should think about if this scenario does come up first. Who will you kill?
yeah, it's going to happen to you if you play long enough. I played one practice game today before anybody got here, and it happened to me. Let me just say it happens.
Well, despite the kill card hitting him, it does look like Zach's opening up relatively strong here with a good opening hand.
A couple teamworks and a negate. A white
does have-
tiger.
It does look like he has a double shot there that would have been a lot better if it could go through Spider Girl. But
I'm sure
now
that's why
without
he's
Spider
running.
Girl, it's pretty bad. But let's see. Hopefully John doesn't get crazy with the venture here. Maybe a 2? Did you see venture 2 maybe?
Did you guys see John's hand?
Yeah, John's got a 8 energy, a multi-4, an Iron Man activator, and a Hawkeye activator.
So
6
he's,
total, 2
so-
discards maybe.
so he's going to avoid one of those power cards and draw a card most likely. He's already +5 to venture, so it's a fairly decent bet from John.
Of course, Stark Enterprises being a relatively unknown battle site for a lot of people, so there might be a lot of things that Zach's not necessarily thinking about in this battle.
It is hard to pick a 1 per deck out of Stark Enterprises. It's not, there's some okay cards, but no super massive bombs, unless you want to call the Hawkeye card one, but I don't think everybody plays that one.
Is that the one you would pick, Phil?
I don't know. I think I recommended John play the multi-8 so he got an extra negate activator into his deck
Oh, for Scarlet
for
Witch.
tonight. Yeah, that was what, but it was like a last minute, the tournament starting kind of decision.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he's opening up with a string. Looks like a Hawkeye 4 may make, or Hawkeye 2 may make 2 additional attacks, 2 additional fighting attacks, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, pinpoint accuracy.
And it looks like it hit, so it was pinpoint, as we can see. Okay. John looking to take on the heroes. I mean, of course, that would pretty much be the end of Zach's deck, being his other major big player.
He has only 8.
Yep, and John's hand's gas, all gas.
Yeah, the Iron Man Void and Innate Energy.
Morph and Carnage are just running through this field today so far.
Yeah, it's got a lot of chains in there, so it pulls the negates quickly.
It really is getting people to concede before they get a chance to do much. He's playing 5 or 6 cards in a row.
Looks like Zach's trying to do a classic move here of placing out, going to the second battle, hoping he's up on major cards and hopefully try to swing it back his way. He does have an uphill battle in this round, though. Doesn't look like it's going to be easy.
It was a dupe post.
He's got some. Whoa, John's
Oh.
duping 3 cards.
Was it 6 energy?
Is that really 2 Morph 2s going to the discard pile?
Yep.
Wow.
Discarding 3 cards like that with such a placed advantage on the other side. This might be a big hand here for Zach.
Yeah, and you're running 3 2s. It's not much venture value.
Exactly. That's the drawback to playing the super long strings. I mean, you can get them when they come together, but I mean, if you don't kill someone or get some card advantage by knocking characters out, there's no way to make up the venture.
And of course, so far, no major Spider Girl specials being left. Those are to come.
Yeah, so the longer it goes, the harder it's going to get for
So
Zach.
it looks like, is he playing the armory or what's over there? Or
John?
is that a Skepleon? No, over here.
Zach is playing Asclepion,
Okay.
that I do know.
So it looks like he got the 11 down on the home base.
Hasn't gone out of favor with everyone quite yet.
Asclepion, when it first came out, of course, was very unique. Everybody jumped on it, but then everybody started to realize you have to take hits to use Asclepion, and taking hits is not the best thing in this game sometimes.
Yeah, and once you have a hit on him, you typically have to get rid of it offensively so your opponent can negate it. Makes it tough to get into play.
And then you're at the mercy of the top of your deck, too.
Of course, John being skeptical here, not really wanting to give him too much info, not really wanting to show fear, but of
John's
course,
just going to hold all his power cards here.
we're seeing
Yeah, I think
Onslaught, a Sentinel.
he post.
Yeah, the
And a
discard, he
post.
discarded the post, so he's got to
Yeah,
have a
you could
post.
see a pretty big bet here from Zach, I think.
I would think so, yeah.
Let's have a double lock.
So you got them all?
Real
Oh,
big,
boy.
real big,
Oh,
possibly.
oh,
4?
4.
I think I saw 4.
Okay, 4. See
John's
if
gonna take
John
'em.
He's going to take
takes.
them.
There's Magneto 4.
Okay. Well,
Another morph too? All right. Is that what I just saw?
That is what you just saw. I guess John is running at least 4 of those.
Oh my
More
god.
to make 2 additionals. No wonder he's got some big strengths going on.
Should I go in there and slap him now or wait till
sorry, I'm
the-
a little speechless. I'm a little speechless.
I'm not-
That's
I'm not
like a
going
wet
to.
glove.
I'm not going to be skeptical. I mean, anybody that's 2-0,
Does
been
Morph
winning
have
as
an
easily.
does Morph have an inherent ability that I do not know about?
No, he's playing the 3
the
stat.
3
Oh.
stat morph from Mission Control.
Sometimes you
think,
got to maximize what a character has.
His inherited ability is he costs 2.
And there's that Morph too flying right out, just because he knows
He's
he might
gotta
draw another one.
Yeah, he's got a few more than that.
Just in case you were wondering, I'm going to 2.
And we go, followed up.
Oh, that looks like is that the Greenwich too?
So that's a
No, that's the one
It's a
multi.
multi-1.
And
The original set.
yeah, that's a three stat multi one.
Yeah, you don't really need 4.
No,
It's true.
No, when you have 2 characters that don't have an intellect grid.
I mean, I could see a use for the intellect icon from time to time, but
Okay, so Zach,
since
just
somebody
block.
I know likes to play leader, you have to watch out for that card.
Omnibus.
Okay, still stringing. He's not stopping.
Here it comes.
And I throw the big combo.
Oh, the Carnage.
No,
Yeah.
another chain.
There's an intellect icon.
I think we're gonna see the post lock out
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, for sure.
Made a good call there, Phil. And of course, that's the detriment to strings. They are powerful, but a negate or a lock off will often stop the momentum.
Stops the fun, but there's a next round. So then when the next 5 cards all are for the KO, it's pretty hard to stop them again.
It is.
Zach's playing relatively smart. He's not using his place cards. He's playing the game very balanced.
Yeah, if he pulls his hand out, he's gonna have massive card placement.
Thinking seeing only 2 cards left, he's probably going to master mold.
Yeah, I mean, John's going to have to concede after this.
And I think you have to just go right for Magneto. Make him a max 6.
And as predicted, master mold comes out, blocks the 5. Now, of course, that onslaught activator in his hand. I wonder what he has for that.
Is he gonna play the 7?
Yeah.
I
7 fighting
I
coming
think I
out.
would have thrown the teamwork and then saved the onslaught for the 2 intellect. What are your thoughts there?
This
No.
is an 8 strength, right? So
Correct.
yeah,
It is, yeah. You could have
yeah,
thrown
you-
the intellect with the 8 string.
I mean, again, boys, like he's
know,
trying to
he's-
play the cards out of his hands. He's trying to keep that card
yeah, for
advantage
sure.
rolling.
That's what happened there. Really, he just wanted to keep the card advantage.
Yeah, but now he has no hits.
But the 2 intellect he could play at the end, right? It's
Right.
It's the one that concede happens.
Right.
Of
But
course,
he could
that's-
have got to use both.
if he is playing that, we don't know what's in the battle site right now.
That's
we do
true.
see another onslaught now pulled.
I'm
in the
pretty
third
sure
hand.
Here comes
He just drew all 3 of
bunch
his Sable
Sables.
9 or lesses.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
I think that was an 8.
John
Oh.
has a
John has the same.
image and 7
But you know,
energy.
we still haven't seen any Spider Girl cards.
No.
Yeah, did he put them back in his deck for this round?
Looks like he did pick the right character, the right time.
Yeah,
We'll
he did.
see. Places a Sable 1 to 9.
I don't know how effective that would be, but
Ally placed on John's side.
John's going to be in trouble when he gets down to just Donald Pierce with Pretty Boy placed on him.
I think John's starting to realize the placing advantage and is trying to do something to even it out here.
That is another major drawback to his string deck. Is there's just no way that he can keep up with the placing advantage of a full on deck with Teamworks and such.
Yeah.
So I don't think John plays Teamworks. At least I haven't seen one. Have you guys seen one?
no, I haven't seen one yet.
Of course, remember that you have 3 slots on every character. Of course, you don't play a lot of Teamworks. You miss out on a whole big slot.
Yeah, he's trying to do the ally with the special chains,
Yeah, the ally helps, but
but again, a little hit. So John tries to place back a little bit and then just runs.
John want and
Yeah.
run.
Yeah,
Well, that is putting Zach in a
Position.
pretty healthy position, but should any of those 5 Spider Girls cards come,
They've got to be
there's,
coming.
There's 2.
There's 2 of them in an event. What's this event?
Is that the lock off?
I don't think that's the lock off. It might be the type of teamwork or something.
DC,
Only strength.
only strength Teamworks.
Oh, and no cards with the word teammate. Look out.
Right.
So the Sable Void's useless again.
Yes. They
For the
will
4
vote
straight hand.
again.
2 Spider Girl
John-
cards and
Unless
then
he gets a
11.
card in 2.
Okay, John slowly made a little bit of
Wow.
card room back.
John can bet for the win. This could be his round.
And he looks like he has a pretty big hand, right?
He does have a pretty big hand. Massive string. He's got negate covered.
8 energy.
Yeah, he's got 8, 7, 6 power cards.
And John should know playing against the Citadel now that the Master Mold's out. There's not a lot of defense considering the Master Mold and plates are already done, and you have no other words with the word teammate being played.
So if that says no cards with the word strength, which I'm not positive, but I think that's what that
I
is.
think it's only
No
strength Teamworks.
That's going to kill his own intellect teamwork there too.
Correct.
That's brutal.
Yeah, so they're gonna get to play a single card off Sable. It looks like for the game.
Now again, no teammate, no teamwork
So he's
cards can
venturing
be
for the
played
win.
because no cards with the word teammate is in play as
Also
well.
cancels out too.
Right.
So
Can't play any teamworks
So I think
unless he can get post obfuscate or something in play.
he
maybe.
could. Yeah. Zach just went for the.
and he
for
does
the
have a
win.
post in his hand.
Yeah.
Zach, yeah, Zach's feeling it.
This is looking better for Zach than I may have given credit there.
Let's hope he remembers the events in play.
Sable's not going to be able to defend much over a 6 at that event. But she's probably just cannon
I
fodder
think
at this
he's
point, right?
looking to play the obfuscate right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Straight
play it.
away.
John
Yeah.
does have a negate, right?
He does. He sure does. Will he play it though?
So he's saying he wants to play cards the word teammate.
You paying attention, John?
I'm not sure. Does he accept it?
He's probably
Thinking-
seeing another morph 2 or something.
I mean, he might just think
I can rush
I'll
through it.
let you have a teamwork, and he might be able to rush through it. Kind of surprised he's still going for Sable at this point, but he's gonna get her.
Yeah, she doesn't.
I'm
want
not
to
thinking. I'm thinking he still thinks that teammate was in play.
But at that point, I mean,
Yeah, you may as well just finish it off.
yeah, let's get rid of the teamwork.
I mean, he's got another at least three attacks coming.
I mean, he could go right through heroes here. Let's
He
see.
really could. The last one could be a combine. Is this a combine? This is a combine, right?
It is, yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. He could kill heroes right now.
This is.
What does he have? He's
Yeah,
got an
for
8
4
and
energy.
he's got a 5.
I think
Good luck.
Zach may have overthought this hand and thought he
Does Zach have any type
smelled
of
blood in
lockout?
the water.
No lockout for Zach?
Just on Pretty Boy.
Yeah.
Plates was already used, and I don't see a beast in his hand for an acro.
Or maybe he just thinks he can let his 2 characters die, lock out, and win by venture?
I doubt it. I mean, if he dies now,
He can't let
He
this
can't-
string kill him.
this string can't kill him because he's got to get that teamwork off at least, right?
Yes.
And he's got an 11 back on the home base.
Yes. He can't let heroes die right now. He has to do everything in his power.
Well, is that
How many cards John
Definitely
have left
any-
in his hand?
Any
3?
power, what?
Any power 6 because it's foil.
They all look exactly the same, so.
Only the 6 was in foil
He's got the 4 intellect too here.
and the
for
4
defense.
intellect. Beautiful image 4 intellect. Image power cards are actually quite rare.
The base for intellect.
I think it's the grifter, yeah. So
That'll
morph
pass. I think
6.
that's gonna do it. Is that the spectrum? What is under there?
I think just the morph 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the, oh, the obfuscate's the third, is the
Yeah.
other card. Okay. Okay, so he doesn't have him yet, but he's gonna get him anyway.
Just double shot block.
Double shot block. Showing that he has.
Ooh, that was huge though, because that was the strength spectrum card.
Yeah.
So this is 12 points, and that's only gonna be 14 points.
Yeah, Zach's got to get some cards off heroes
Where's
quickly.
that
though.
obfuscate that's under?
It is obfuscate.
Okay.
But so, like, if John would have not killed
Did John have a
Stable,
way to change it?
he would have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still John's turn.
Yeah.
How is he still
Yeah.
stringing?
because he had 2 follow-ups off of the Carnage multi.
Oh, is that what the first
Oh, that was the first one previous. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is fighting, so
And then he
it's
just
not for the,
combined
it's
like
not for the KO though.
Yep.
Comes the teamwork.
He really needed to take him out
The
there.
next hit's still gonna kill him and knock off the 3, the 6, and the 11.
Yeah, you almost wanted. What would you do here? Is the teamwork really worth it? Where you could have JW7?
Or is that an 8 strength?
It's an 8
He need-
strength. Yeah,
well,
8
he
strength.
needs to keep the 8 strength to block whatever the
For
next
any
attack
defense,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, John, I would have taken that because I don't know. Got to get that to come through, right?
What's that activator?
I think he may have actually
Scarlet
used the.
Which?
If he would have taken that first hit, that 7 would have been for the kill. He would have had to use the 8. He would have got one more card off of heroes,
Yeah, the 8 actually kills him though. It'd be 20 points.
and then yeah. But if he would have kept the 7 on the teamwork,
Yeah, I
Just
think
took it.
he has to throw the white tiger or the 11 now.
of course, John just has his Scarlet Witch, which is
There it is. Take your last 2 cards.
yeah,
Yeah, he has to defend that.
very good play, Zach. Force defend, which keeps heroes alive.
Yeah, because now he can't play the ally.
Of course, John still does have Venture,
14,
but
but
then 11 plus 7 is 18.
oh yeah, Nick or
I think Zach's got
Zach's
it.
gonna win this one. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the 11 and the 4.
Ooh, I didn't realize he had that as well.
I did tell them both before this game
Not
that the
even
winner
close.
of this game probably is going to get through to tomorrow based off roughly how things are shaping out. So
Yeah.
it's like Zach's got
There
a
it
real
is.
good shot. Good game.
Yeah, that was a good game. Congratulations, Zach. I'm pretty sure, especially with tiebreakers, like he's
it's tough.
Got to be through.
He just happened to not draw any of the spider
Well,
girl cards.
Till
it
the
just
end of the
shows a string deck. It's hard to place, and
Well,
we
I mean,
often have a lot of certain cards.
Obviously, John was uphill when he drew all those morph 2s.
Yeah, John really duped like crazy on those morph 2s. I mean, if he's playing 12 of them, though, I don't.
Well, we're on to round 4.
Just never know.
Champ of champs.
The next round's going to be pretty pivotal. Hopefully, we'll give you a great game that will show you someone who gets in for tomorrow.
Who do you think's going to win the other game? Is it going to be Eric or Carl? Who's your odds on?
Oof. Carl is playing the Lambo,
Yeah.
also known as the Cadillac in the cheap seats.
And Eric's doing something very similar.
Eric's playing the Ray,
Starts
Starjammers, Scarlet Witch.
Right.
Yeah,
very similar.
yeah. Also a strong deck. So
Carl did tell me that he really wants to get into tomorrow, so I
and
think
he,
he's coming.
I believe he will not be playing the same deck tomorrow. He has a deck that he wants to play tomorrow. He didn't feel the need to play today. So
Stay tuned to find out.
All right, everyone. This is Joe Guyenpan coming in as the guest commentator for the last round of the Champ of Champs qualifier, and I'm here with Ty Bertrand.
Hello.
All right, we've got a match today with David McMillan and who's on the other?
John Kepper.
And John Keffer. I think we've seen John Keffer on camera once already today, so that's great.
Yeah. I
Dave's
think these guys are both playing for their tournament, so
yeah, I think they're both 2-1.
they're both 2-1. So I think they're thinking that whoever wins this will advance.
Absolutely. I haven't got to see John's deck yet. I heard it's really interesting. Dave's playing a classic he's pulled out a bunch, which is everybody on his team has a teammate avoid. So he tries to build a shell out with all his different teammate avoids for each character and hope that he can overwhelm them while keeping all that defense up. So
Yeah. There's no holes when you have like every single person that has one. So at least usually 2 out of 3 will get played.
and the good thing about this is one of those decks that Dave has just played this nonstop for at least 3 years. So he's gotten really savvy with when to hold one in his hand so they don't know that he has it, when to place one to try to redirect attacks. I don't know if this is the deck we're going to see Dave play tomorrow. I know he's considering different ones, but if he chooses to play this one, he definitely knows this deck as well as anyone can know the deck. So
Yeah, whereas John's deck, we saw earlier how it's basically a giant string deck. He's capable of throwing like 6 or 7 attacks out in one turn. So if someone doesn't see it coming, it's very easy for them to get complacent with a couple defensive cards in their hand, thinking it's enough, and then he throws a 6 or 7 card chain that they don't see coming and don't have time to breathe, and then could end up losing a tentpole character because of it.
yeah, that's interesting. Now that I'm looking at his deck, even right now, he could go Activator, 2 make 2 additional, a 3rd attack, the 4 multi, and then the 4. So he's got a 5 card string in his hand already just to start off with in
And I
hand 1.
believe that Carnage 2 is actually another one, right? Is that the Carnage 2 in his hand? 2 multi?
Oh, that's
another
2.
maybe
That's
2
2. Yeah.
additionals, right? And there's a bonus associated if you
Unfortunately, it looks like Dave just got the no specials event. I see down but not out on the side of Dave's mat. So
it's going to be rough for John. I think he has like 1 card.
interestingly enough, so he's picking it up like he's gonna play it. So they've made their bet. Unless there's a different event in play.
Maybe he duped the event, or
But what would his other event have been? I didn't see him put. He's only running. It's Fatal Attraction, so he's most likely running
no energy icon. Or,
and Best Laid Plans.
yeah, right. He's playing. Yeah, he's not playing any anti. I don't think he's playing any of the any missions.
Well, they're clearly throwing specials, so I don't
Yeah.
think that if that event does not seem to be relevant. Dave decided to keep both of his teammate avoids in hand, so he's got a Serpent Society and Zealot full teammate avoid, and it looks like John is going into the target.
Maybe John ventured more than 2, and Dave drew that event.
That I bet is
That's
what it is.
probably what.
Good
I
call.
think.
Good call. So Dave I've seen him do this. So he's going to let 1 or 2 of those little hits hit. That way he's going to be able to get both of his teammate avoids off now. I think you're right, though. This is, he's probably not anticipating how stringy John's deck's going to
Yeah.
be.
I think he's going to think that like 1 or 2 attacks are over. Did he negate, or no? It's teammate avoid.
But that's the Serpent Society
Yeah.
teammate. He's still got the Zealot.
I think he's prepped for like probably 3 or 4 cards max, and when 5 or 6 come at him, I think he's going to be genuinely surprised.
And he doesn't have the negate, so if he follows in now with that maximum carnage,
Yeah, that'll be the first attack, right? Or
well, he definitely just threw the morph. So he can do an attack and then do the 2 make 2
Right.
additional. I mean, he has more additional attacks than he has attacks he can possibly throw.
right.
So
That's crazy.
all right. So he's doing a little bit of thinking. So he's gonna go with the he's not sure what the order of operation should be here. I really like this deck. This is a very, very clever. We haven't seen a really good like infinite string deck in a
Yeah.
long time. I remember back in the day there was a few flash variants that could throw these long strings, and
That
at
makes
the
sense.
time it was really good. All right, Dave's gonna utilize one of his one of his universe cards from the Dracula's Armory to block up and get rid of the 4.
Yeah, I think it's just it seems so like outside the bounds of reason to have more than like 3 or 4 attacks in one chain. So this is going to be interesting.
I'm interested to, I this is one of those times I wish we could see Dave's face and just see like what he's thinking. So, he blocked it with looks like a 4 multi.
Dave out of cards, or he's got one card?
Dave still has a card in
Okay.
hand. I think he's got the Zealot Teammate Avoid. Oh no!
Oh, that's a pure teammate avoid though.
It
The Zealot one
is.
will stop it. Wow.
So he's gonna get him. He's gonna get the 2 for 1, and to be honest, he's gonna really get out of this hand lucky.
I think that saved them. Yeah, I wonder if it would have made more sense to throw those independently instead of combining them. And I think
Yeah.
he would have got at least
Yeah, I think
he would
especially.
have got at least another hit through.
I think what he was thinking is he was trying to get it over the top of the 9 or
Right.
less, but you know those ones are such big risk, big reward. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite cards in the game. I love running like the Spider-Man over the edge.
Yeah.
I love running them off the battle site. I've definitely used Venoms and Thors off battle sites back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever you're combining with your primary power type that you have an 8 or a 7 in, it's just anything that gets above that 9 or less is so crucial. And 2 colors in one turn too. When those land, they're devastating.
So Dave gets 3 dupes. He gets 2 6s. So he drew all 3 of his 6s. And I know Dave was really considering whether he should play 2 of those Sable Teamworks. Looks
Right.
like he ultimately made the choice to play 2. And unfortunately, in this game, it did bite him. I think we saw John drop an 8 energy.
Yeah. John placed an 8 and I believe an ally, a 5/3 ally.
I think he duped on the 8, is what I saw earlier.
Oh, okay. Right.
John's hand's just a little bit off the screen. I keep not quite being able to tell how many.
I'm
cards he
seeing
has.
activators. I can see 4.
Yeah.
4 multi and 3 activators, but
Yes, he's got Scarlet Witch, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and a 4 multi. I just can't see if he's got another card there. So also interesting,
oh, he does have another.
he had a
card.
War Machine as well. So Dave did another low bet, backed out. So Dave's kind of taking at this point the Cadillac strategy. John's only got 2 placed cards, and Dave's got 1, 2, 3. Dave's got 5 with a draw 3, 6 with a draw 3.
I believe John's deck only has 1 or 2 potential negates if you're going to play Power Mimic for, oh, we have an event, and that's a pretty devastating one. Dave may be able to kill Zealot if that's convenient to not lose the cards, but I don't know how many other cards he's playing for.
Yeah, we'll have to see how many Zealot specials we see come by, but I expect and Dave's going to have no cards with an energy icon maybe used, so.
It's going to be very interesting for both of them this battle. Oh, and I do see, I think, a lot of Morph 2s in John's hand again. I think that card cursed him in his last game.
Oof, that event's going to hit him very hard too. He's only going to.
Yeah, all of his chains, any of the multi-chains, his 8.
So it'll be interesting to see what Dave goes. Dave and I talk a lot about strategy, and Dave's usually a big proponent of low bets and grinding it out.
Right.
And we've talked a lot about this time about having to, when you know you have your shot, you got to take that
Gotta
shot.
bounce, yeah.
So I'd be interested to see if he takes the grind strategy here, or if he just decides like, this is my hand, I'm going to bet 5 for the loss and try to put him up top.
Yeah, so John does have 1 potential negate, maybe, depending on what gets placed, but with that Power Mimic, but
Now, what do you think about this tie? This is interesting. So he's placed Power Mimic. The best thing he has is the draw 3.
right.
If John does not Power Mimic the draw 3 immediately, would you just fire it off to take it away as a target?
That's, you mean like to take the,
Just so it can't be Power Mimicked at that point.
right. I mean, there's worse things to do. If you can't stop it, that might make the most sense, right? You would just treat it like he did place a draw 3, and what would be ideal if you could either stop it or kind of play your own. And I think it would make a lot of sense if you know that they can't. I just don't know I don't think you'd be able to copy a negate. That would be the one thing I'd be concerned about by just initially just throwing the draw 3 other than dupes. But I think I'd risk the dupes if it means taking away his.
It's the same token. now that I think about it, though, maybe he's got so many energy icons
that's what I was
exposed.
thinking,
Maybe
too.
you let him draw the 3. He's not going to win this hand.
Yeah, I think he's better to save cards and wait for the next battle if he's able to.
So Dave's always great to watch. He's the only person I've seen so far that for his any heroes, he runs the 5 any power, make an additional attack instead of doing a color, because all Dave cares about is generating that venture in the cumulative KO.
Interesting.
So he doesn't go for that spectrum. He just wants that extra point of venture, and he's running at least one of the 5s off Serpent Society. So I definitely have eaten a lot of times where he goes 5-5.
Yeah.
And then you're lamenting having 10. All right.
Yeah.
So Dave doesn't make a huge bet.
What did he
I
venture?
think he went 3.
Does he have more in the bottom or?
He has at least 2 because he lost
Okay.
the first 2
Okay.
hands. But I think I guessing right now he's 3-2-2. I'd be shocked if he didn't bet 3 on that hand.
Yeah, I think you would have had to at least venture that much.
But this is so Dave's sticking to his game plan, which is just if you have enough to win, he's just gonna ensure he gets his 3 and try to lean on his placing advantage.
Yeah, the only thing to be aware of is if John starts placing an equivalent amount and starts catching up that way, you really want him to pay for that restock kind of venture that he has to play to compete with you on place cards. But if you're still have 3 more place cards than your opponent, you're in mostly the control of the game, barring extreme circumstances.
And with the way Dave plays, he tries to, if he can get to the point where he can just go 2-2-2, he tries to get himself to a point where he's never going to give you that extra card.
Yeah, he's
So, like-
minimizing his risk that way.
So Dave gets down but not out. He gets best laid plan. So both people right now are looking through their deck. They're choosing 4 cards to put on the top of the deck. They're trying to optimize what their hand's going to be. Now, interestingly enough, the KO event is usually Dave's biggest fear with that coming up. He's already dealt with the KO event. However, Dave has gotten both of his monster events as well. So Dave can't set up no specials and he can't set up no cards with an energy icon. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they both decide to put up. John's free to put up the ultimate string. Dave, is probably going to have to try to think of defense like a negate to slow one of his strings down.
Yeah, I think a negate makes the most sense. I think John's going to probably do the same thing on his end just because they both have monster OPDs placed as well.
Yeah. With now that Dave sees what the deck's doing, that pin on the Beyonder is a devastating card.
Yeah.
John needs to always be able to block that to do what his deck's going to do.
And that might actually be difficult for him other than his battle site. Like beyond his activators, I don't think he's going to be able to do much to stop that because he doesn't have a negator or even AGs or ADs that will stop that from Beyonder.
No, and Dave right now has not placed anything that would allow the Power Mimic to defend it either. All right, so John's got some power cards. He's got a Captain America and a Scarlet Witch. So John, I don't believe we've seen the negate go by. So John has the negate in his hand.
And what is that?
He's got a proxy, but it's the Infinity Gauntlet artifact.
It's the artifact.
So he's main decking that. That's so interesting.
I was just going to say that is interesting. That's why I was so confused with. I thought it was an event at first or a proxy for an event, but.
So I guess you play it to Beyonder. No, it has to be someone with 5 or less energy. So he has to play it on Morph.
Play it on Morph. So Morph, actually, he can't kill Morph. And he's always killing Carnage, I guess, is his strategy at the start.
So let me ask you this. He plays Infinity Gauntlet to Morph. Morph then plays Substitute Death to go back to who was his other character that he sacked? Carnage?
I believe once the artifact would be played to the character, I don't think you would just immediately discard it if they don't have. I believe it's triggered once to use,
and then it's
the
just
requirements, and then it sticks to the character unless the opponent removes it.
So in theory, if Beyonder was to die, he could substitute Death Beyonder and then still have the Infinity Gauntlet out.
Right, even if the character has more than 5 energy.
That's so interesting. So Dave's doing pretty good on defense. Dave's got a couple of allies. He's got the Gemini, which is the new version of the Web-Headed Wizard. He's got the Guardian Angel, which is the new Avoid. He's got a teammate Avoid for Mr. Fantastic, a 7 for Mr. Fantastic. And then all the way on the left, he has the new, the second to last promo that was released, which is any hero add 5 to venture. And I know Dave's definitely been able to play some hands where there's been some lockouts. That 5 is definitely been a lot more relevant in games where he's played it than I expected. Now, the other thing to remember, both of these people have set the cards up at the top of their deck, and right now they both have a way to draw 3. Dave can't defend. Oh, no, they both have a negate.
Right.
So there's going to be a lot of gamesmanship here to trying to draw into those cards they just put at the top of the deck.
And I wonder if Dave did think to put up a second negate, or I guess he's trying to draw it, but because the other thing I was considering was the Scarlet Witch AI, the discard a place card, where that might, if Dave didn't back up his negate and John gets rid of that for the next hand and they make it there, it might end up causing Dave some problems if he's expecting to use that negate next hand and then put a different card up instead.
Totally.
I think John uses Scarlet Witch to negate, though.
Yeah, well, I think Dave, what I'm guessing Dave's line is Dave has the web-headed wizard in hand,
Right.
the Gemini.
Yeah.
So he's hoping to suck out that negate on the draw 3
And cripple his power mimic as well.
and then immediately go get it out.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's going to actually power mimic the negate instead of using the activator for the negate.
Right, because Dave plays that serpent. I wonder if Dave considered that. I guess he is still playing the webhead for it. So, but John
But now,
does still have the Scarlet Witch.
yeah,
right?
he has the Scarlet Witch in his hand, which he's not anticipating.
Yeah. What did Dave venture here? 2?
Looks like,
Or was it 3?
I can't tell. It's
Okay, I
some
can
number
see-
from the top.
Yeah, I believe he had. Does he have 2-2-3 or 3-2-3?
We still don't know what he
Or
bet
3-2.
last hand. So
Right.
he may have just gone 2. Like I said, he likes to do the grind.
Yeah.
So interestingly enough, John's doing the strings. That's why he did it. So
Yeah.
John fires off the 5 energy from Captain America. I'm assuming from Beyonder, and he can make an additional attack. He's representing the 2 make 2 additional, the 2 make 2 more additional in hand, the 4 energy make an additional. So again, he can basically just throw his entire hand.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing slowing him down is his activators.
I gotta say, if I'm Dave, I know I'm worried about like a big bomb. I think I negate this and try to throw heat at Beyonder like an ally and then get that pin out. Now he's gonna most likely defend it, but Dave doesn't realize that he has the negate in.
I think I might actually take that 5 just because it is energy. And I think with those small chains, it's really important to kind of pick an icon and just
Yep.
kind of hope to suck that one up. So at least you take the pressure off yourself with, I guess, 1/3 of the attacks is the idea. So the fact that this is energy and the Carnage 4 is also energy, I would probably soak this one up.
I couldn't agree more. And you got to remember, like, the math in his head is by the time he gets to the point where he plays that -5 or +5 to venture, it's most likely not getting negated. So he can sort of consider that a wash with the 5 in his
That's
hand.
right. He's got at least that much venture in his hand.
That's the one thing John can't guarantee as much as though he's chaining like crazy, but those chain cards come with a low venture
That's
total.
right.
And Dave's got 3 place teamworks. He can generate a lot of venture right now.
That's kind of the weaknesses of a lot of chains because they're low attacks. If you do have a way of taking all those hits, they end up tending to when the numbers are just counted out, you end up being behind because you're spending 1 card that's equivalent to maybe 2 of your opponents at that point.
Yeah, it's sort of I haven't seen enough of John's deck, but there's always Overpower is sort of a game of like, am I bullying? Am I trying to win by venture? Am I creating a defensive shell to win by venture? It definitely seems like John's deck is designed to put KO pressure on the opponent.
Yeah.
In Dave's deck is really good at kind of mitigating that. So it's going to be whoever executes their strategy better.
So Dave did defend the 5, it looks like.
He defended the 5. He used the teammate avoid. I'm not sure that's what I would have done, but we're going to see how it plays out.
He negates
And-
the 2.
Negates the 2. Which I think I would do too at that point to shut the chain down. And he's not anticipating that John's holding on to the maximum carnage, which is just such a brutal
Yeah.
card.
That being a newer card too, I think people aren't as familiar with it and they forget sometimes probably that Carnage even has that card sometimes.
Dave should be familiar enough
That's
with
true.
it since he designed it.
That would make sense.
All right, so Dave's playing his
He
Gemini.
might remember Carnage.
Yeah, I feel like
he might be the one exception.
That's such an interesting card too, because that was one a lot of people were really nervous about the power level. And then I think I, until recently, was the only one that played it in an event.
Yeah. I think this is a great application for it. I think this is like one of a great concept for that type of card.
Yeah, I think this is better. I had a deck him. Oh, I made the top 8 every time I played it, but I think John Lewis knocked me out in the first round, both tournaments I used it, and then I moved on. I just couldn't get over the top.
Yeah.
I think Carnage is definitely very playable and just is unfortunately in a power type that is the weakest at the time. Right now, in my opinion, fighting is the hardest type to really do anything with.
Yeah.
All right, so John throws the 4 energy, make an additional attack. Dave lets it hit. Now he's playing the maximum Carnage. Dave's going to have to start defending. Dave's using his power cards now to defend, which I think is sort of the signal that he's not going to try to throw a lot of these teamworks.
Yeah, see, one of the issues with John's hand is a lot of yellow. I think he's going to struggle for spectrum here, and I think he's got to land a lot to make that. I think he's looking to combine again. He's got another 12 that he could throw. I think that's the Carnage combine.
And I think he's going to do it. He's going to go for 10. Yeah. He's definitely considering doing it, and unfortunately, he does not see that Dave's got the Guardian Angel in hand, and he's going to 2-for-1 him again.
Yep.
He's thinking about it. Let's see if he learned from the last time and just throws the 4 out there. Because I mean, at this point, Dave's got what, 4 cards in hand,
And
the 4 is going to eat one of them up. It actually is. So he's got the strength and the.
Oh, he does have the strength. Sorry, I missed the strength. Yeah, so the 4 is, I guess, yeah, making that 4 more difficult to block does make sense here.
It does make sense. Like it's that kind of that Hail Mary.
And he might feel that he's used up enough of Dave's defense with the negate and stuff.
Yeah.
That he might have cleared the path for it, not realizing that there's
He's really considering it, and he wants to throw it as a 10 to get it over the top. Now, the other frustrating part for John here, where he's got these big attacks set up, is he has to throw it. He's got to try to throw it as a 10 because Dave's running the battle site that has the basic universes. I do take that back. It looks like he's used his intellect basic universe.
That's right. He did use that.
So he's not as worried about that. But he throws it as the 9.
Yeah.
Dave throws the avoid. And again, actually at that point,
Did he play Angel? Yeah, that was Angel, right?
that was the Guardian Angel that he used. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's unfortunately got the fantastic avoid, which this is just playing out to be a time when it's a dead card.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know.
That is one of the issues with playing teammate avoids that broadly is that it's always that potential that the 1 is not going to be as playable as the rest. And it's a bit of a guessing game to see which person the opponent's going to target, but it does guarantee you get more than.
What did John have left in his hand? He's got a 6 energy. Dave doesn't know what he has, but he has to assume if he makes this attack, he's sacrificing fantastic.
Right. And I believe he has the Fantastic 7 in his hand. Python Hold, that will hurt.
That's what he's looking to throw. That's what he keeps putting forward as if he's going to throw. And he will lose Mr. Fantastic if he throws this.
He will also lose the teamwork follow-up. He'll be able to follow up the basic universe with the 6 and maybe KO Morph, but I don't know if he would want to make that trade at this point.
Well, if he stays in, he's going to throw that at Morph, I think, and take the kill.
Right.
That avoids the substitute death. So he does make the play.
And now the gauntlet is not playable.
Correct. And I'm going to be shocked if John stays in. Dave's ahead on Venture. He's got a kill shot, but Dave's got 2 cards in hand, and he's representing the completed teamwork.
Yeah.
I don't see any way John can stay in this.
Yeah.
He conceded.
Dave is breathing a sigh of relief that he didn't continue there on that and throw that 1 extra attack, because that would have definitely messed up his teamwork and place cards. And
that's the tough thing. Like, it's so easy from the commentator seat to know, but like you're sitting across from that and you're just like, well, he's got a completed teamwork and 2 cards in hand. I have to assume he has the connection.
Yep.
All right. So I don't know.
It's a lie. It looks like no cards with the word teammate.
Is that what that is?
I believe that's what
that is. What that is. That is
going to be huge for John.
Except I don't think Dave has any teammate avoids in his hand.
He does have all the teamworks though.
He does have the teamwork, so that's
So it
great.
saves him from the teamwork. So it might slow Dave down. If Dave has more teamworks in his hand, I don't believe he can place them.
He's gonna
He's gotta
discard two.
two. So that's a +5 for John with that event.
That is big.
That's
Now, what
pretty
John's
huge.
not noticing, I'm looking at John's hand. Dave's got to draw 3. He's got 2 negates, and he's got the power leech. And I don't
John has power cards, it looks like.
I don't see a defense in his hand for the power leech. So
There's a Captain America, but yeah, that leech is going to sting.
yeah,
And a draw 3 on top of it. Like, this is going to be interesting for Dave because that event really cripples him. And I don't know if he's going to want to venture huge here to finish the game off, even though he probably could, knowing if his leech is getting through. And that's a Merlin placed as well. So,
he's gonna hide the other negate in his hand. So, you
it's
know,
interesting. He
if-
chose to place Merlin instead of the Serpent Society negate, I guess.
well, Sable, he's already used at least 2 of the teamwork, so it's kind of a free slot with
Yeah.
a premier defense, and he can't place the. Oh no, he placed the 5, so he
Yeah,
could
so
have
he
doubled
did
up,
chose that guy. I guess maybe he felt like 2 negates was overkill, or maybe he thinks he's going to draw another one, or
or maybe he just wants to like
yeah.
let him throw a chain, use the Merlin negate, then when he goes to chain again, you know, like the one advantage here so far is John hasn't been throwing a lot of teamworks. He's been doing everything chaining off
I
the.
don't believe John has. We've seen many teamworks from John Stack, so he may not even be playing any teamworks.
He is running no cards with the word teammate, so
Right. And I think in the last game, that was one of the observations they made is that they didn't see any teamworks either.
this is going to be really interesting. I think Dave just can't if he just throws the 8. I just don't. I mean, how much does he have on him? He's got
Right,
16
yeah.
points.
With the no cards with the word teammate, can he stop that? Right?
I think if he
more.
even just throws the 5 power card,
Yeah.
I don't think Dave has any way to defend
he
Mr.
might be
Fantastic.
able to boost a card with a basic.
No, I don't think he has any power cards in hand.
Oh, really?
And Fantastic can't use the 2 basics that are left.
You're right. I missed that.
Yeah, so he's got to
Yeah.
decide if he wants to sacrifice the Fantastic. Now Dave gets to go first. So if Dave just pins Magneto where he's placed the 7, he will lock out those 2 higher cards.
Yeah, I think he's counting how many cards he's going to actually be able to play here, and the teamwork on Fantastic doesn't mean much other than the pin. I don't think he's losing much by losing Fantastic at this point. Maybe just and the teamworks aren't playable either. So
I think he makes a light bet and then just pins Magneto and then just sees where he goes. Although at the same time,
but that many heroes in your hand and stuff too, like it's tough, right?
maybe he just pins Beyonder and then he's like, all he's dealing with is the power cards and the.
Because I don't believe John has anything unique to Beyonder that would allow him to defend something like the pin versus.
Well, if he has the avoid on Spider-Woman, we're not sure where his avoid is.
Oh, where you mean from his battle site?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But I don't think there's anything unique that Beyonder could play that from his deck as opposed to his site, right? To stop that pin.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he had Morph and Carnage, and neither of those, I don't think.
No,
could
they
stop
don't
the
have
pin on,
anything.
there's no AG and there's no teammate avoid anyway that he'd be able.
No,
to
he
play
has to
against
use a full battle site card to be able to stop
them.
it.
Yeah.
So that's the question too. Is like, did he go for the win?
We'll see how many
John's drawn.
Yeah, it looks like he
John
probably
draws
did.
1. He goes for 2.
No, that's
He's going to have to
discard for John.
discard this. He goes for 3. So Dave bet 5. And he's got to drop 2 Carnage. He drops the substitute death.
2/1 per decks.
Both. He drew the Carnage, fighting avoid draw, and he drew the substitute death.
That's terrible luck because I believe this is probably the only next to the Magneto 11. I don't think he's playing any other one per decks. I think it was just substitute death and that Carnage OPD left.
All right, so
Yeah,
we're
there's the pin.
gonna see if he has the avoid here. And the other thing that Dave's doing now is he's probing. If that hits, Dave knows that his
Delete.
power leech is gonna go through.
But one card John does have is he has War Machine, and he could reduce the venture down to 1, and then play that card and then concede out of this. If
He has War Machine in his hand.
I believe he had War Machine, and if that's the case, he might be able to live to see another day.
Oh, interesting. Is he gonna? Oh no, he's firing back with the 4. So Dave could snake out this negate here from Merlin and try to get sneaky. Oh, Magneto actually can still throw the 4 out of his hand too. So he's still got a
Right,
little bit of
that's true.
chaining.
Yeah.
He
Just
will,
wouldn't be able to combine that. Or I guess he can't play the Carnage.
and he'd have to make it against a different opponent because the cap is the shield ricochet.
That's right. Yeah, he did negate it.
All right, so I think you're just gonna see. Yeah, he's exactly what we said. He's just gonna fire it off now, and
So John does have that War Machine card, and he does have War Machine. Oh. Okay, so that was a 9 or less. That's not. Is that even playable? No, I don't believe that's playable with that event in play.
oh, so I think he just found out that he had to discard it
Oh,
because it's
you're right.
unplayable.
You're right.
And he must not have the avoid. They both put their hands down, so
Maybe he's calling it, and
I think what Dave is doing here is we have a new there's a new tournament guide for how you resolve this kind of a renege.
okay.
So Dave's probably going to look up instead of it just being draconian like it used to be, which is
He just would lose in this
you'd
case.
lose
Yeah.
and then you would lose the venture +1. I think there's different levels of penalty. So we'll see what they decide to do. It looks
I
like
think you
Dave's just
let it go.
let it go. Yeah. So Dave's most likely calling energy here, which
Well, what's interesting is John. I don't think it looks like he's removed that 9 or less from his battle site, though.
I think he was just showing that that's
Oh,
all he had.
No, he just hasn't put it back yet. And
All
now
right.
he's been leached. He doesn't have the War Machine, so I think
Yeah.
this.
So
Dave
he-
ventured for the win. I think
Yeah.
this is going to be all she wrote.
Yep. Now, unfortunately, he didn't think to get rid of the
The Infinity Gauntlet.
Infinity Gauntlet, which was basically a dead card.
The proxy might have thrown him off. And
Yeah.
He may not have seen the icon clearly.
All right. Mr. Fantastic finally goes down to a straight 7 energy. And that's the tough part with Dave's deck. You feel like you're so close and it's so hard to get over that hump.
What's that other any hero in Dave's hand?
It's the draw 3.
Oh, okay.
So he's got the 5 any power, a negate, and the any hero draw 3.
So he needs to draw at least a few points of venture, I believe, to still, because he can still throw the. He does have a 6.
Well,
now.
he throws the teamwork, he throws the 5.
Yeah.
And Dave pulls it out.
Great game.
Great game, great deck by John. I'm almost sad. I'm not almost. I'm very sad that we're not going to get to see both of these guys tomorrow.
That's right.
So it's
They
really
both had a great tournament.
John. I always love watching the decks John comes up with, and it'll be a little bit of a bummer that we're not going to see him there. But Dave is, I think, made the playoffs more than any other player, and has never quite. He's been to the finals like 3 times. He's made the top 8 more times than I can count, and he just hasn't had that one to spike. So I know he really, really wants this.
And if you do make it there from the qualifier on the day before, that's
That
definitely earns you some bragging rights.
That's the
win
Cinderella
both.
story.
That's right. To come from behind that way and beat the champs.
I also think Dave's the only player I know of that, since we started to have a commissioner and kind of run this with a little more of a structure, Dave has not missed a single tournament since then, and that's been 8 or 9 years. He's not missed one tournament, so he's a very, very dedicated player.
Yeah.
Well, guys, that was a really exciting round, and we will see you guys tomorrow for the Champ of Champs. Thanks for tuning in, and have a great night.
Bye, guys.